Hello, Knife Tail. You know, that's what they think they're doing. What they're actually doing is, huddling around a fire to avoid, dying. They will still probably die in the process. But at this point, the story is too good. Oh, no. It's still going. As mentioned, there is power in misery. Hello there, superpowered belly. As it turns out, you still live. Right, his foot got fucked up, which sucks. So many dead. So many dead. Strength in numbers. Yeah, skill doesn't mean so much when you're surrounded by 10 angry townsfolk with pitchforks. +2 melee skill, range skill, melee defense, and range defense for each adjacent ally. +1 resolve for each ally on the battlefield, up to a maximum of 20. Long story short, damn son, look at that fucking horde go. Let me see. Hammer or dagger, friend? That man wants to be a swordsman, that's right. Kirichan is already a hammerer. Two-handed axes defined the axe category. What are you on about? I mean, I've got a clubfoot with a bad heart, which means they're gonna die the second someone looks at them funny, but they can use a hammer. Axe boy. Paranoid and hesitant. I will get you the next axe boy. Oh yeah, I'm broke again. I forgot that the North actually pays. Alright, what's the jobs? Actual brigantine work. And monster hunting. How fucked up is the team right now? Just the front line has got some wounds on it. So I'll actually go bandit hunting at this point. Northeast. Alright. Yeah, some lady is running angrily at us with a shovel in the middle of the snow, completely naked. Do not question how metal as fuck that is. It's gonna take another turn for them to get in the range. Huh, they actually reached in range. Eat shit, nerd. Clonk. Hello there, Latavio. How's it going? I see the bard over there, and he's just like, probably gonna be like, nope, I'm a fuck off before this is too late. As he does exactly that. It's over. Alright, so we're off to a decent start for the day. The miner hits level 2. Honestly, don't have the greatest game plan for him, so I'm probably going to make him pole arms, because pole arms are very hard to fuck up. Probably... Bolster. He's not going to be very good at his job of being a rally bot, but, you know, it's something. A little extra +6 resolve never hurts. Alright, the other job. Go clip some beasties. Let us see what the nature of the beast is. Oh, it's just a nacho squad. We're not even looking bad for it either. Alright, nacho squad. Let's see what you got. Students. Come on, just leap in, guys. It's less the fact they're using tactics and more of they couldn't get in time. Now that's the end of the round, they're absolutely going to charge. That's a bit of a mistake. Alright, they're firmly getting in the line at this point. Oof, 83 to hit, rolls 86. Your best shot is throw up your shield and hope you don't get hit. He's struck down. That's really bad. Because he is on his own, and we can't dislodge that guy. Maybe if we get some kills through runaways. Nope, he's probably dead. At least he can push him away or kill something up. Hey, Nictus! Oh wow, okay. Sometimes you can just RNG that shit. Which means he has another turn to potentially not be dead. Which is nice. Sometimes HP is the only stat you need. But how's it going with you, my dude? Stab. 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 Now it's over. Well, he lost his nose, and that's it. Ronlet reaches level 4. Very good we didn't just lose him there then. They probably snapped their mouth closed and got him straight in the right on the nose. But if you're not dead, punching bag. Years of living in the gutter have given you a certain disregard of being beaten down. No morale check on receiving damage. If realized potential is a success, the perk becomes permanent and the perk point is refunded. Also, welcome Zorop. Havelrock is actually able to put on some heavier armor at this point. He's only alive because he had a little bit of extra health. I'll throw a little bit of extra health on him. Exploit opening, because that's just generally a very good perk. Needless to say, he falls back to the rear because, yeah, he's fucked up. And while your arm is a bit fucked up, you should be fine. Tormod the Guildmaster takes the notch chair's head and holds it up. A few mewling cats seemingly appear out of nowhere, circling beneath it like buzzards would overhead. He throws it out the window and the felines go running. Good work, Sellsword. Grounds as promised. Prices are decent, so I'll take them. And that immediately gets turned into money for food. And supply. That is basically 2 days worth of food right there. The problem with a mob army is that you need to keep it supplied and fed. That's not exactly easy to do. Especially with the wounded who eat more. And given our usual combat strategy with these peasants is throw bodies at the problem, survivors are going to be rare in between, but also enough where there's always reliably going to be a wounded backline. Out here, the guildmaster settles down into his chair, laughing to himself as he does it. Don't be alarmed, Sellsword, but they say ghosts are afoot. Yes, the local peasants are poisoning my mornings with constant talks of ghosts and goblins. They said these supposed creatures are turning the cemetery upside down, raiding the graves to enlarge their army or some such nonsense. Obviously, it's just the work of some spade-wielding men intent on robbing graves for jewelry. I've seen it before. He looks down to his hands, briefly chuckling. Anyway, I can't just let it rest because the peasants won't get off my back about it. So, to ease them, there's you. I need you to go to the cemetery and clear out any troublemakers that you find. How you do that is up to you, but I'll go ahead and suggest a good steal if you know what I mean. At least it's just up the way. And this will basically pay for more meals. S.A. Kosa can reassume the battle line. Actually, the guildmaster was right. There have been grave robbers here. You spot a number of tombs turned over and their graves dug up. The mud trails lead you to the diggers clamoring around some new work. Don't mean to stop you boys, but cheer, the guildmaster is paying pretty well to make sure these people stay in the ground. That is a peasant army that rivals my peasant army. What the hell? Rude. Keep her steady for the moment. Jeez, they ran right on in the second they had the opportunity. It's not good that they did. I was kind of hoping I'd get to, react to that, but eh. Because the problem with polearms in PTR is that they get into close range, and not only do we get adjacency penalty, but there's also a flat 15 penalty for just having that in there to begin with. So these guys are fighting at negative 30. Need to open up holes in the line so that people can get in and do some damage. Sever a major artery. Polearm should not be at the front, but we're going to make this work anyway. Not every recruit was going to make it, and he's looking pretty bad for it. Unless something turns around real good for him real quick, I'm not thinking he's going to get there. Ooh, good hit for effect. Yeah, again, not every recruit's going to make it. Alright, we're getting there. I was hoping to kind of stop his turn, but whatever. You've got the HP to take a bit more damage. Just keep them stunned up there. They don't know left and right. I'm genuinely impressed he's still alive after getting pitchforked, but it happens. Revoking life privileges sometimes can take a minute. That's not good. I believe our boy is not going to survive terribly long up there. That is a lot of highballing he's doing right now. Which is good. He kind of needs that in the moment. Lives by inches. Ooh, poked him in the eye real good. Very nice. Yeah, P's gone, and he was one of our veteran brothers, but unfortunately he was just crippled by the fact that his foot got fucked up. He did his job the best he could. Still gonna absolutely fuck this dude up, though. Actually, no, I won't, because he's gonna be he's gonna be too far away. Damn. A rookie died, and then one of our veterans died. That kinda sucks. Mr. Level 5 Flail Boy! Congratulations, Fiddly Fiddler. Philippi. Or Philip. Mr. Miner Man. Give him dodge. Gerhardt the Bull. This man is a deserter, but he's also surprisingly apt at what he does. His bolster is going to be much better. Walther levels up, and we'll get a melee, health, and honestly resolve level. We can patch that up a little bit. Your weapon choice is maces or throwing. Not the greatest lineup in the world, but we can make that work. Yeah, he has the mind over body trait line, which is hilarious. I did just lose a mace boy. He might be a sufficient replacement. Yeah, actually, I'll hook him up with that because he can go pull maces. You return to the front line, Belly. And then I'm going to need to return back to town so I can get some pay and maybe new meat. Not dead, Kirchan. Thank you for the payment. And nighttime just happened. God damn it. Alright, who can hunt around here? We're gonna need some. You've got eyes. Salvage some of this equipment. Alright, we got some meat for the time being. That'll keep us going for the time being. Ah! Well, I mean, first I'm gonna check out his ability. Bow, slings, hammers, daggers, 2 dot health, 2 dot fat, 1 dot resolve, light armor, has ambitious. That would be good, except he has no... he's really going to be leaning on freedom of motion if he's going to do anything with being a poacher. Or rather, if he's going to do anything with melee. Not that melee poacher isn't possible, just... That's a lot of money for someone who I can't be certain about, so I'll give that the pass. Well, again, if he had the talent stars in melee, he would unironically actually be pretty great as a melee. It'd be weird, but he'd be good at it. Brigand kill group. Pocket change and experience is pocket change and experience. Oh, good. There's a necromancer in this grouping. Oh, fuck, there's a necromancer in that grouping. Can I actually take that? Yeah, if I grab a different set of equipment, I should be fine. Problem is, this is a lot of piercing damage. Whatever the time may be, I do want to do it in the middle of the night. Well, actually, do I want to do it in the night? I'm hard for up for time, so if I'm gonna fight Necromancer, I'm gonna have to do it now. Wait, why are you... Oops, I did not get his tent off. Anyway, slings bring blunt damage and some minor debuff to the table. Their main strength is the fact of, while you do have to build into it to the extreme, you do have effectively unlimited ammo. They do. There's no reason why it wouldn't. In fact, they make it specifically so that they have their own line of ranged perks in Legends. And that is the unfortunate thing. Welcome to Fatigue Fight featuring thugs. As far as I'm aware of, you wanted to be a crossbowman, so there you go. Just a matter of getting a crossbow. Jeez, BB is not happy at the moment. I'm hoping for some head chops, but that's probably not happening. I always thought about doing Space Station 13 content, but I just kind of went, nah, I can't do it like the big boys can. Funny as it would be. God, I am making so many highballs. That is great. Anytime anyone loses their head, that's one less zombie that comes back. He's brains, that zombie's not coming back. Oh, Belly, you have the war dog. Also, I see an opening, so we're going to take it. Gotta go fast, friendos. I honestly could give less of a shit about, these guys and that grouping over there. But killing that necromancer is vital. Anyway, they're pinned. And if they're pinned, that means no more zombies are going to start coming about. Thankfully, not zombie. Well, yeah, he's not coming back. Necros are thankfully pretty shit in melee. It's getting to them that's the problem. Alright, that went pretty good. Wasn't 540 crowns good, but we got paid. Nobody died, amazingly enough. The forests are a quiet place where civilization gives way to nature, but also to cast those away from society or wish to exclude themselves from it. It'd not be the first time you ran into three imposing figures clad in gold. The world gets much stranger out here, but also much more dangerous. From the tree line, you hear voices and branches crackling. You hear the chanting of Northmen. Seems like our master archer, Kirchan, has a plan. Kirchan drops into a low crouch and whistles to you. They point with their eyes and motion with their head to a small clearing from the old path off the trail. You order the comrades in arms and the wagons to be moved into the pathway, and any bright colors be removed from their clothing and armor. The company complies and quietly funnels into the offshoot down into a deep ditch behind the tree line. The ditch is damp and cold, but you can hear the patrol passing overhead, stomping and chanting as they make their way along the road. For a moment you think they have found the path, but it turns out to be a raiding party. It turns out a few of the raiding party chose to relieve themselves in the bushes nearby rather than investigate further. After a short time later, the noise dies down, the company moves out, all while Kir-chan is grinning ear to ear. Fucking hell, +5 resolve and initiative is fantastic. That's like 2 full levels right there. Fuck. Yeah, no kidding. Essentially, we just stealth past a whole bunch of Northmen. First, being in town. Fragile. Crossbows, swords, slings, and stabs. Surprisingly talented, but not in the ways we need him to be. Kir-chan is... First of all, I should get some levels in here. Leverage. Give him the full polearm at this point. So let's see. Well, this guy is big, bulky, and that's not really good. He's probably going to be dead. He's not particularly talented in any field, so he does exactly the job he was hired to do. He's going to die. But he at least can have a little dignity before he does so. He actually reaches a level of which he can, Given his crap melee skill, he's probably also going to be a spear master. Yeah, I'm looking at that, and all I'm seeing is spears, because I also could do flails, but he just does not have the melee skill, so spear mastery it is. Reposition superpowered belly to the center. The other meat is a 3-dot cocky Spartan. He's okay as well, but again, not great. That melee skill starting off so low kind of blows. He could fit into medium armor decently well. Again, if he survives the brutal arithmetic of combat, he actually could be very good as a polearm then. but I'm not seeing him making it too far. I also need to consider what Havelock is gonna use, because either he can go Mace Man or Hammer Man. His insane defense builds him towards being kind of a frontline slapper. Alright, what jobs you got? Brigand, delivery, caravanning. All I'm gonna say is please let there not be another necromancer. Son of a bitch! Didn't even get 5 seconds. Hello there, Ethan Easy. Nothing wrong with a good lurk. You are well within your right to do so. The war dog's just not dying right now. Cracked his skull open pretty nice. Clunk! Well, it's going okay. Having to fight necromancers twice in a row is quote-unquote fun. But other than that, we are actually building up quite nicely. So I'm waiting for the inevitable crash. Though with so many bodies, it's less of... Necromancers aren't as much of a pain for the peasant mob because, well, they have enough numbers to break through without a problem. It's mostly the question of who breaks through. He's gone. I will say, I think... Wait, were you in this running? Because I think I just saw your name and not being dead, but I can't remember. We'll check that. Phillips is slicing through quite nicely. Golden dogs are perfectly sufficient for purpose. I think, yeah, actually, they're quite decent. I personally don't use them, but I don't see why you wouldn't. I'm hoping that's braining enough people where he isn't, you know, able to get more zombies out. Got a breakthrough, we can get through. That is rude. You've got a knife, so just use that. That's a miss. I was about to say, good day, sir, but nope, no clever quip. Alright, we're in close combat. He's committing a cravenly act. Let us reward him appropriately. He's done. Speaking of, go to dog right there. Alrighty, so Badass reaches level 6. Put a little pep in the step, and... let's see. You can't really take advantage of freedom of movement, so I'll go with rotation in case he ever gets caught out of position. Walther reaches level 3. And I'll actually try to patch up his resolve issues, because they're not good. But between Peasant Militia and having True Believer and Fortified Mind, he actually may qualify for being a D. That's 2 perks to fix up his problems, which is awful. But it puts him at the front line, and Deserters are actually surprisingly badass, except for their absolutely abysmally shitty resolve scores. There's the money. We need tools. Except everything here is really fucking expensive. However, my monster bits sell decently, so this may be a bad place to dump off some extra loot. Battlefield salvage is a primary means of income for us currently. We're actually putting away a little bit of a profit right now. Look at that. Which I then immediately drop all of our money so I can get Cure-chan. Where are you? There you are. Oh, wait, no, you're Hammer. Then who's our shooter? Oh, it's Esekosa who's our shooter. Well, congratulations, Esekosa. You survived long enough where I can actually go Daka Daka with you. Kira-chan, you are a hammerer. Which I actually do have an axe hammer. So we can actually get you on the field. Alright, we're actually getting there. As I accidentally forgot to sell off enough shit so I can actually afford my my month-to-month cost. Whoops! Alright, I think I was debating making this guy a mace dude, so give him a mace. Rotate the line a bit, you take a break, you return to the front, Mr. Homeless. You can start taking advantage of sword perks. Alright, the line's starting to form up. I think we're actually going to recover. There is a slave revolt going on. As you approach Bilal il-Undi, the Master Astrologer's rooms, a pair of guards move to stick you with the business ends of their halberds. This elicits shouting and hurried footsteps from down the hall as an interesting servant comes sprinting down. Guards, these sloppily dressed travelers are crownlings. Apologies, crownlings. We are on edge for the very reason the viziers may need your assistance. The indebted have overtaken the goat pens in Hakim Audabal. The uprising may spread from there. The servant produces a scroll and hands it over. It states that there are 830 crowns awaiting those who squash the revolt of the indebted. The scroll bears the sigil of Hakam al-Raval's various viziers. Ah, time for the entire party to die, you say? Well, first things first, we're going to go mess up some peasants. You find the indebted sitting among the desert rocks, and they do not rise to your arrival. Instead, one man comes to you. Despite his powerful build, you sense that he has come to barter, a diplomatic tongue bedded in all of his muscle. Crownling, I figured you come. My name is Fasal il-Hami, the chosen leader of these freedom seekers, insofar as the open cage, the leader of the bird who wishes to fly. You arrived to us by way of Gilded Road, led by chain of unseen gold, promises which you cannot guarantee to be kept. And it is upon these forgeries of agreement that these misunderstood arrangements that you are to come and kill or capture us. Is that so? You nod. Fasal Hamdi nods back. So it is. Before we commit ourselves to our agreement, ourselves to be the masters of our own hands, and you yourself slave to the mighty crown, let me try and negotiate in a manner which you, crownling, will find beneficial. The man kneels. I am the scion to a lost family, to a lost heritage, to a lost estate. These people, these men, are my family now. But from my previous life I have something which you may find valuable. He holds out a piece of paper. Let us go, and I write upon this paper here the location of treasures which you cannot find elsewhere. Attack us, and I shall take my family's final heirlooms to the grave, and grasp my final breath, not in concern with such lost riches, but with to breathe with the fierce fire of freedom itself, glistening in my lungs, the pain preferable to the comforts of any chain. Now, normally I'd hold this up for a, hey, does this man seem reasonable, in which, we agree to his terms, but his terms are twofold. One, you fail the contract. Two, you still have to go somewhere and claim it. It's just a guaranteed legendary item. Which, not a bad thing in my opinion, but I kind of need the money. The fact that we need to pay for these men. Or do you want to draw straws for who doesn't get paid today? This is just business. Your little rebellion is about to be crushed. Faisal ibn Hamdi sticks his hand out, but you do not stick out yours. Instead, you draw your sword. The rebellion leader nods. All right, you are forbidden to leave the cage of the crown. I see. You are bidden to the glistening of the gilded road, so urgent your enslavement, so captured that when the gate is open, you do not open your wings. Instead, you settled for a mere hop to the master's finger. May battle treat us well, crownling. So there's some nomads in here, but for the most part, come on. There we go. Speaking of the east, I have me some incense. It's very nice incense. Well, honestly, I put it more up for debate. This contract is worth like 800 plus crowns, and it is easy, other than moral objections. But as made evident from early on in the campaign, people wanted to be bastards. So, that's fine. Also, nice shot. Ow. Right. The nomads are actually quality, or more quality. Wow. I'm surprised they don't... Oh, no, they do have strength in numbers. It's mob versus mob, and only the mobbiest will win the mob fight. I will say Blazing Sands music is still fantastic. You know, I just realized we're all about saying down with the bourgeois and all that, but here we are working for the bougiest of the bourgeois, killing essentially peasants. And it's completely in character for us. Well, yeah, money is indeed money, and this group has been primarily motivated by a love of coin. And everybody's dead. That is a lot of construction tools, goddamn. You stand over Falsil Im Hamdi. Despite his fondness for freedom, the rebellion dead leader is not smiling in his final liberated moment. His face is wrenched in pain, and he has wounds which reveal the slick patterns of that which folds beneath the flesh. But his eyes, there is a spark there, staring at the sky. A shadow crosses his eyes, and you look up expecting a bird, but there is nothing. When you look down, the spark is gone, and the dead man is just a dead man. You do not find Belil an Undi, the master astrologer, with a harem or swimming in wine. Instead, you find him strutting about with an empty bird cage at his side. He somberly states that his favorite bird got out and flew away. Do not consider me dull-witted, Crownling. I see that you might find similarity between my pet and my indebted. Feel free, if I may say, to do so, but you are short-sighted to think in such a manner. My bird will fly free, and to the world will be no use then to be consumed. But this is not freedom, Crownling, to resume a duty which birth had given it. Freedom was its escape from such a doom, an escape to my world, an escape not afforded to many of its kind. The Vizier snaps his finger, and a servant appears seemingly out of nowhere. He hands you a purse of crowns. You look up to see the Vizier set the cage down and walk away. Crowns are crowns. 3 days worth of food. I can buy slaves? Okay. I was not expecting the ability to be able to buy slaves because I'm peasant revolt. Well, I'm peasant army, but hey, I'll take it. No, I'm curious. He's got the defensive skills for it. Not fond of it. The contracts here. 3 dot. Nomad work. That's very dangerous. Let's not. You notice the mud a few miles back, and a few miles forward he's still there, bobbing and slinking in and out of sight. A mongrel such as he does not follow a band of dangerous men for no reason. Maybe someone's feeding it. The company needs a mascot. Take it in. A rugged dog would certainly make for a great mascot. The little mutt could definitely boost morale. You order Cyprin to feed it with some food in hopes that it'll tag along. He goes out with a scrap of leftovers and crouches down. Good dog. The mongrel sniffs the food, then chomps down on it, and the mercenaries hand along with it. The brother jumps back, nestling his arm into his chest as though he might lose it otherwise. The dog, on the other hand, swallows the scrap and runs off. Damn, he would have really fit in. Where haven't I been? Is it Veril? Oh, Grafenhaven I've never been to. Well, I'm heading that direction anyway. And Sunwater. Okay, Grafenhaven, Sunwater. But our fucking expedition is almost done, finally. Let's hope there's work. Go find a location. Go kill some people. That's work. Alright, let's get to the murder. I mean, there's literally no chance of it being... Oh, no, that's right, this could... Nah, it was a 1 dot. Necromancer doesn't show up on 1 dot. chase idiots down. But you are right. Finally a fight without a fracking necromancer. Despite the fact that this team is more than capable of handling a necro. If only just for the sheer statistical mass of bodies and action economy. Sometimes you can just brain somebody in the head with a stone. It's great. It's not going well for the bad guys in the moment. Shank. Pulp. It's over. Alright, two of the jobbers actually managed to level up. Not bad. Aldebrand the Homeless. Jesus, he rolled magnificently in a lot of stats. Give him Fruits of Labor to start off with. Cyprin. He actually surprisingly builds into medium armor. We will also give him Fruits of Labor. A minor bonus down the board is still magnificent and pays dividends heavily later on. You don't really have a consistent theme with you, so, we'll see where you end up, honestly. Resolve, melee skill, health, Fruits of Labor. And we'll get back to base. That pays for the day's wages. And the other contract is gone. That's 2 more days of travel. Well, 1 more day after this. 1 and... 2, and it has work for us. 740 crowns for a job, which is nice. And you actually have a lot of work for us. We'll take those. You soon discover that the wanderlust which the Skalds sing is not as widespread as they say. Your decision for the band to broaden its horizons is met with grumbling about forced marches and nights on the road, but not all join in the lamenting. If a day's march or a night spent in the rain wears you down, how will you face an orc charge? Badass Badman the trooper asks the men, only to get a snappish reply. Dry and alert. You crack the whip through and forced him through it. At each village and town, you encourage the men to make themselves known, and they take their request to heart, getting into brawls, passing out in the town square, threatening the merchants, and harassing the settlement's daughters. Whatever the poor tradesmen and farmers think of the company, at least they won't soon forget you. Having traveled to the edges of the map, the name Comrades in Arms is more widely known, and you earn a better understanding of the land. Remember the name, Comrades in Arms! Get up to a force of 16 men. Okay. Having gathered the coin and the equipment, you manage to assemble a full complement of 16 able-bodied men. When you next walk down Gothenhaven's main street, the men break into a full-throated marching song. Few of the townsfolk mutter under their breath about dirty mercenaries taking over the town, but the others walk alongside and shout the words with you. Stand tall, brothers! People can see this is a real mercenary company now, not a handful of rabble. Menengal declares. We trade in strength, and now that our numbers have gone up, so will our price. It appears he has the right of it. You notice one particularly fat merchant sizing up the company as if he already has a task in mind. The comrades in arms are now a force to be reckoned with. Once the men have settled in for celebratory drink, perhaps he'll take another stroll around town and see if any more lucrative contracts may be available. Go plunder a place. Got it. Anyway, who's the schmuck I just picked up? Paranoid Night Owl, who has an actual talent for throwing. Fits in medium armor. No promised potential. But she can be a paymaster. We'll see how she does. I'm willing to entertain the motion. If nothing else, I'm willing to entertain more meat. Alright, what is all this then? Seems like they're trying to go for a wide flank up high. I suppose we should answer in kind. It's actually going better. I wouldn't say that we're in a secure position, but all things considered, if you were here for the first round of, peasant, mob, it is a remarkably better difference. How's life going for you, my man? Everything all right? I'm going to start saying that some of these boys have actually earned the right to be named at this point, despite a bad start. Good to hear. That is fantastic. Misery may love company, but so do good times, right? One. You flank. Jesus, they're trying to break your shield there, Belly. Hello, badass bad man. Not only is the rabble doing a lot, is not only alive, but they're actually thriving in the moment. And yes, you are still clutching the banner militant. I mean, there's certainly a story that's happened here, unlike our previous runs. Actually coming back from the brink. Well, now Belly really needs help. Oh, they all just gave up. Right in the chest. Oh, hey, look, a bot. Someone want to smush that one? Manigold levels, Philippi levels. Alright, I got it. Nice Spider-Man image, though, I will say. I can respect that hustle. Alright, so, Manigold. I think he's one of the starting dudes, even. Evasion, stacks. When using a spear, the action point cost of thrust, prong, and glaive slash are reduced by 1. 2 for 1. Practice in spear handling has taught you to strike in the most efficient way possible. He gets 3 attacks a round now. The miner reaches level 4. Intimidate. Trust me, ye do not want to be on the other end of a spike on a pole. Attacks from polearms, hit or miss, reduce the resolve of the target by 10%. Multiple attacks from different sources stack, but from the same source do not. Actually, a very good polearm level. Oh, yeah, there is plenty at this point. A lot of the meat... We run through a lot of meat, but on the other hand, quite a bit of this meat has been name-worthy, so to speak. You guys happen to have a shield on the cheap? You do. Our boy needs one. It's more of a question of what you want to be. Because we got polearms, we got whole bunches of dudes. The white limply twisting in the wind from the abodes of the mushroom grove look like smoke, but the buildings are untouched. As you near the dwellings, pairs upon pairs of red eyes flare in the dark of their windows. The webnecks scuttle forth, their spindly legs clattering on slates of wood and scratching corrugated rooftops. The massive black bodies fluttering out of the window frame like flakes of smoldered dandelion. I can't blame you for liking long, pointy sticks. They are very sufficiently killy. Bug goes squish. Thanks to his new perk, actually, he's just the right AP to take advantage of 3, which is very nice. Yeah, so the normally very deadly webneck fights aren't so deadly when you have massive action economy. To be fair, these also are underserving webnecks as well. Normally, they'd be spawning rapid fire, but they're not. Oh, they probably taste awful. Why would you ever want to eat one? It's a spider, dude. Within the thick webs of webnecks, sometimes valuables that once belonged to their unfortunate victims can be discovered, if one is brave enough to search through the sticky death traps. You look over the battle and nod, happy to still have a head upon your shoulders which with to nod with. Time to return to Cosmo the Elder. And hey, you got a jackhammer. Neat little things all the time, huh? While marching down the road, you find a man with a broken cart by the side of the path. By the wagon, there is a donkey standing idle and as defeated as a donkey can look. The trainer looks a little better than that. And your appearance seems to have scared him. He rears up, backing away momentarily. Have you come to take my things? If so, you needn't kill me. Take what you want. I mean, I'll leave it up to folks. In character, we've been kind of bastards, but this is also just a humble trader. So, what? Rob him or help him? One for being a bastard. Okay, look, I can understand robbing him. I can sympathize with taking the firstborn, because apparently those are valuable in, like, face shit. But eating the chickens? Come on, man. One for being a good dude. Another one for being an asshole. I'm assuming by free real estate. Leave it up for about a minute more. Or about 30 seconds. Well, I've yet to be an asshole before, so... Yep, robbing him. Men, take everything we can use from the cart. You order the men to search the cart and take what they can. Philip draws his sword and looks ready to slay the donkey, the animal looking stupidly at its own mortality in the reflection of the blade. The merchant cries out and you hold your arms out, staying the execution. Leave the draught animal where it stands. The trader offers meager thanks as a line of your men walk behind him, his very goods in their hands. Store everything. We're moving on. We didn't even get all that much. Damn. We got some bread, which helps out with the problem there. I think that's mostly giving us a bit of a leg to stand up on right now is battlefield salvage. Okay, we need 2 packs of tools, some fish, some grains. That's 3 days of provisions right there. Jesus Christ, we eat a lot. Thugs often have good equipment, and salvage is kind of our primary means of making money right now, so engage the group. Right, you don't have the perks yet that allow you to rapid fire like a machine gun. Those will be nice once we get them. Bonk. Have a snake in the grass. Get in there, Billy! Wants there to be a challenge. Intellectually stimulated from his robbery. Shot goes wide. As the South pushes in slowly. You fucking noble. Well, that ain't fucking right. Shaggy sheep. Hey, Casey, how's it going? Actually going quite decent. The peasant mob actually has managed to recover quite significantly. And in the wake of its recovery, it has become a little more than a group of thugs. The price of its survival, one guesses. Hey, sometimes they just need the inspiration. Cyprin, level 3. Guess his perk line is mediums. I might tailor this guy towards maces. What is the mod that you were looking for, though? Oh, wow, that's a great hybrid level. Bam, bam, and then some resolve to fix up that problem. Hybridization. Jesus. Little extra resolve. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that'll certainly murk some fools. Oh, God. Yeah, Intimidate's much better in this circumstance. Didn't know you wanted to Fist of the North Star some people. Jesus. So, Silo, you have two options for pole arms. We have this, actually, we have this miner, who is a safer bet. Pretty sturdy dude. On the other hand, we have this deserter. Deserter's a coward because it's a deserter, but on the other hand, this dude also just is 3-dot melee skill and is going up rapidly. So your call whether you want a safer, more reliable miner or murder deserter. You really are just fisting of the North Star over there, Jesus Christ. That's another breaking group. Where the hell are they coming from? That's a lot of dogs. That is really irresponsible of you to get so many puppies killed. Nothing wrong with just going high power for a bit. I ain't gonna blame you for it. Takes the miner. Yeah, at this point, let's get all the names in there. We got a bunch of people who have basically started to turn out. With due time, we'll be upgrading your weapon here very soon. Though even a pitchfork is a deadly polearm. Wow, nice scatter shot. Beautiful is what that was. Alright, they're tied down. Fair enough. I can't blame you for that one. In fact, I appreciate your consideration. I mean, may as well be thorough. That's stuff that's running away. Okay. Level 5. Mr. Havelock. I am going to make him a mace man at this point. Having a solid frontliner never hurts. Mr. Homeless gets to level 3. It's looking like a Fruits of Labor level. Give him exploitable opening, because he's going to need it. There you go. Sufficiently badass titleage. Ah, I see you're having a problem with stuff coming into town, huh? It might not be optimal selling. Towns with better reputations are going to play nicer with us, but, oh god, I'm running low on ammo. We're actually going to need to start considering ammo nowadays. Lots of thugs. We're starting to work up the chain again. And no necromancer, which is nice. That's typically how it goes in Battle Brothers. The first couple of contracts is extremely rough. Once you actually have some talent to, you know, do things with, money starts to flow in pretty nicely. Ese Kosa walks up and clips somebody in the head. Very nice. That was a misclick. Shit. He should be fine, but that's still an open hole up there I don't like. Look, he was just excited to get into the battle this time around. The man is scared to approach. Can't say I blame him. Ow, bonk. Jesus, they won't stop bonking him. Miss. That's a whole lot of bonking they're trying to do, though. I do not appreciate that, Sam, I am. That or they hired a bunch of clergymen to try and be bad guys. Imagine being Craven. One man escapes the mob today. Alrighty, Kirchan, Esekosa, Runlint, Beryl, Walder, all level up. How else is the reputation to be enhanced? If they all survived. Well, if none of them lived to tell the tale. Kirchan reaches level 6. Great. Frackin' level. Get freedom of movement for more melee skill. Walder levels up. Fortified Mind basically fixes his problem, and he is now capable of being a lineman. Runlet reaches level 5, and he will acquire Sword Mastery. Does he have Shield Mastery? He does. Alright, I can take a level where he is not improving his melee defense. Esekosa gets a level of shooting. Resolve level. And some range defense, honestly. Why is your defense so high? Oh, dodge. Trauma survivor. The Miller reaches level 3. Gets surprisingly good melee defensive capabilities, and then he needs the extra bit of fatigue for that armor. Oh, wait, shit, he can Battle Forge? I'm actually tempted to do so. Don't have a brawler, unfortunately. I've got a fencer in the works. I've got a deserter polearm murder machine. This is looking like an Axeman, because this guy is basically my best bet for getting a heavy armor out on the field. I will see what I can do about getting a brawler, but not sure how well I can promise that. All right, Miller Man. Uh, he's gonna need recover if he's gonna go heavy armor with no, yeah. And recover's not a bad perk anyway, so. Uh, not in the current moment. I am working on getting some more range into the line, though, because I am woefully undershooting right now. The North has their own slings? I think they've got both. Alright, we have actual food supplies. Holy shit, there are brigands like crazy around here. Let's kill all of them. Yeah, apparently a gang showed up when we weren't looking around this area. Well, you bet your ass we're gonna rob the robbers. Oh, you're a dastard. He just has no heart and soul for combat, despite being the most veteran member of the company. Oh boy. Nah. He just needs a slap on the ass every once in a while. Get him back into motion. Sometimes men are ruled by their doubts, and we can't fault them for it. No man is, however, perfect. Fine talent as they may be, everyone has their failings. Also, nice. That was a 6% hit. Anyway, we need to get in there. Fighting up a hill kind of sucks, but it's what we gotta do in the moment. He's stunned. He might be in over his head over there for the moment. Gotta get up the hill as quickly as possible. That's a hit. As we nearly shoot our friend in the back. Because scatter is fun. He gave in. Ah, well, Belly will have to go around. Head clip. Oh, Jesus, there goes his head. Red wedding, and we weren't even using an axe. Well, to be fair, Badass took a pretty crippling injury early on, where his lungs are fucked. So he actually doesn't have that high of a stamina capacity. Thankfully, he's using a weapon that doesn't require him to have a high stamina capacity. So he's not crippled. And Havelock introduces a fucking mace into his skull. What a lad. Hey there, Raylock. Ouch. Oh no, the banner is a very good weapon. It's an early polearm. Honestly, the hardest thing you'll find in this is finding a good leader who can use it. In core, however, yeah, it's very easy to get a good banner man. It's over. No new meat, but I may have a proposition. If you're looking for an axe boy, your best bet may be... Where was he? That is the Day Tailor. It may be Barreled over here, who is a axe-heavy weapon user. Miller. Little hesitant to act, but he's a big tonky boy. And my game just crashed. God damn it. Well, we're redoing that fight, I guess. There's a whole bunch of bandits running around. Yeah, so you have 76s to hit with that thing, so good weapon. You don't even have a specialization for it. Imagine if you did. Yeah, his flaw is that early on he took a very nasty hit, so, well, he doesn't even have resolve boosting perks. Shit. He's got a partially collapsed lung, which really hurts his capabilities. Hey, you've been effective in combat, even in previous runs. Yeah, which is the main reason why I'm okay. I'm not too hurt over that. It kind of sucks because it kind of shoehorned him into a build, but as a banner man, it did not cripple him. I don't believe he's got Berserk access, so yeah, not a problem. Right over the shoulder, unfortunately. Goodbye, spinal fluid for you. Oh, wow. Clocked him right on the head. Go where the fighting is thickest. You are needed there. Yikes. Well, this may be very different compared to how it was going a minute ago. Well, compared to us just chumping the fight before we took a casualty, so that kind of sucks, but eh. Ain't gonna reset for it. Just say something scandalous about their mother, that'll get their attention. Right in the kneecap. And thus begins the morale cascade. So as mentioned, this variant of Warhound is not exactly as fast as the other one, but he is certainly a lot more capable in a fight. Built for power more so than anything else. Do you have Pathfinder? That'd have been a hell of a drug if you did. I'll check after combat. I think you actually do have Pathfinder, because there's no way in hell you could have cleared that distance without having it. Don't get me wrong, Pathfinder's awesome. Just checking for prosperity's sake. You do not have Pathfinder. Wow, okay. This is genuinely impressive, honestly. Yeah, his brain looks squishy. Congratulations, Knife Tail. You assume his position at the front. Oh, they're jumping us. Jesus, that's a lot of dogs. That's not acceptable. Come on. I don't want to kill that many dogs, you know? I'm gonna get a reputation. That's a lot of long arms over there. He is not having a good day. Hello there, Ese Cosa. You finally are equipped with crossbow. The battle lines have formally been met. You're not terribly helpful, unfortunately. You're not really meant to be a ranger. You've just kind of been doing the job the entire time. Oh, yikes. Those are some actually not insignificant chances to hit. That's not so great. Knife Tail gets bonked on the head. Thankfully, an armor-piercing weapon's not great at killing. Oh, Jesus, Knife Tail nearly just got shit-canned. Still alive by an inch. That may not be for much longer at this rate. Doing what I can to promptly unfuck the problem. Well, you live. Barely. Yep, we got it by this point. Close. Very, very close there. But apparently there's a shit ton of brigands running around. Someone should really pay for me to deal with that. Basically paying me to go take a walk back up north. The belly. Strong and Death Wish. Throwing weapons. This man is strange, but we'll take it. Hey, cultists are in town. Not really impressed by any of them. His apron's layered, what the hell? You fall back to the rear. Take a health level, that's just bad. Gotta actually start armoring up people as well. Alrighty. Is there any other salvage I want to sell while I'm in town? Not really, but let's get our rangers some actual, like, you need a real stabbing weapon. You could do for a stabbing weapon. And you'll take the last of the daggers. Thank you for the pay. How can I help you? You won't let me help you. You step out of your tent to survey the company. A great many of them are freshly hired grunts, nervously butting up with one another or trying their hand at some of the weapons. Badass Badman the Trooper comes to your side. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking you just hired a bunch of meat for a thresher. How about I whip these pups up into shape so they don't need an orc's blade on their first go in the field? I'm honestly going to go for the carry them into, get them into shape to carry real armor. Because that's fat, and that's useful. It's initiative, that's useful. But the dialogue's the funniest here, too. Badass Badman the Trooper looses a sharp whistle, gathering the new recruits about. Badass Badman the Trooper looks about, grinning, then nods. Alright, you limp-wrist, teat-sucking, noodle-armed goat fuckers, we're going on a march. The veteran spends the rest of the day ruthlessly running the recruits as far as possible till the last one drops from exhaustion. Breathe, little babe. Breathe, little babe. Breathe. Take it all in. There's plenty to go around for the rest of us. Don't feel bad. Swallow it like your mother should have swallowed you. Now, I've got stains that ran faster than a lot of you, so I'll be seeing y'all again tomorrow on a good, proper time. That's before the sun rises, shit sticks. We'll do that again tomorrow. Badass Badman the Trooper shows little mercy, and the mercenaries running again and again in the days to come. After all, Badass Badman the Trooper says, it's for their own goddamn good. Cypern gets 3 initiative. Knifetail gets a fatigue up, which is nice. The Thrower gets 2 fatigue up, and Nothri gets 3 fatigue. There's the place. I'll contract the line a bit. These two are exhausted. Yeah, I figured zombies were gonna be here. Hello there, Tafufer. There's probably Geists present, which is fine. Quite a few Geists, though, I will say. You must have a lot of trust with your boss at work to be able to get away with something like that. Good lord. That's fucking spicy, my dude. Yep, here come the ghost boys. Oh god, I didn't know they had that much range. Ooh, yeah, we need to push through, like, now. Well, I'm doing this one kind of badly, but normally with Geists, the fight turns from waiting out the zombies to getting aggressive and getting in there. Geists, you have to tap. You could arguably shoot one if you're lucky. You will not be lucky. You will not hit a 5% anytime soon. High Resolve counters them. You need to have a Bannerman or someone who has rallied the troops before you even attempt it. You are asking for trouble otherwise. Thankfully, guys die when you get to them. It's just that they are there specifically as an enemy you have to line break. Which, considering how heavy the opposition may be in front of you, may not be an easy task. Which is the point. Note that long arms are fine for this purpose, so... While you'll never hit them with a ranged weapon short of absurd, minimum luck, you absolutely still can just hit them with a pole arm and be fine. Belly's head is exposed. Oh, we don't have the... Ah, shit. That's a bad situation to be in. Because he's going to try running away, and the Wurdiganger's going to fuck him up. And I don't have a proper response to that, unfortunately. Never mind. Turns out I did. A very fortunate one at that. Alright. Situation managed. Honestly, pull you back for the time being. You've done your work for the day. We're done here. And Belly is the only one who leveled up on this occasion. And we actually have some nicer helmets, and that's it. Let's see, what perk next for you? Oh, right, freedom of movement. You're gonna need freedom of movement. Bada bing, bada bang! 7 extra melee skill and defense. But nah, the heavy kettle helmet that we have right here is going to Knife Tail because heavy armor user. Plenty of work here. Caravanning. Delivery. And then kill people. It sounded like a good idea at the time, but tramping around the wilderness without a map or any destination in mind turned out to be quite a strenuous way to find riches or even a battle. Your footsore band did eventually come across a worthy target, though, and everyone had to agree the venture was worthwhile after all. Menagol is almost glowing with satisfaction as they survey the few remaining embers of the ancestral remains. They had in the mirrors clue we were coming, like wheat before our sides, brothers. Kirchan raises an eyebrow. Speak for yourself, I'm no farmer. Name the sergeant. You were unsure at first about assigning Badass Badman to this important task, for he was committed to revelry and carousing as any other man. But Badass Badman takes to his duties with a zeal that is first admirable and later worrying. Scoffing at dawn is the rising hour, the cowardly in the infirm, Badass Badman decides that everyone must start the day that much earlier. He runs the men through the usual sparring routines and checks their equipment for splits and wear, but to such light work, he adds strict rules about setting up and breaking camp, formation drills, lessons on flanking, forced marches with stones in their packs, and a detailed punishment regime for anyone who dare falls behind. Words such as backbreaking, cruel, flint-hearted, and merciless, as well as dozens of saltier epithets, ring in the air whenever Badass Badman is safely out of earshot, though never when he is sleeping, for the brothers have learned that Badass Badman, the trooper, never truly sleeps. I... Oh, we're competent. We should have enough to be professional, then. We might be just short. Damn. That hurts. It's because they've... No? They're ripping me off, but I need the pack of tools. Anyway, give you the Sergeant Sash. This one's the... No, this one. He's gone. Unfortunately, it was a good boy. I am kind of sad that Battle Brothers doesn't feature like a tub of butter. It's just like a food item. Because, you know, my mountain blade. Right? Like, it's the classic Mountain Blade experience. Just feed your troops on nothing but butter. It's fine. Though, if you had to survive on one foodstuff, it's not the worst thing in the world. Just, it'd probably get very old very quickly. Because you'll keep the weight on you as you know, try to desperately find more nutritious food. As mentioned, it'll keep the weight on you long enough to find something more nutritious. I'd call it soft serve, but unfortunately, getting through the flesh and the sinew is rather hard. And there we go. Loot acquired. Bodies dropped. I almost am kind of thirsty for something, you know, a little bit more challenging. Put us through the crucible of something a bit more spicy. Oh, there's raiders in this group. Well, I was mentioning a desire for some firmer steel. Right, this guy I wanted as hybrid. Hybridization. I think if we're careful, we can take this. Yikes. Sometimes poor hits happen. I would like to start rolling under, you know, 80. That would be nice. Hold high ground for now. His spinal cord is cracked. But he needs to die before he can use that big old axe. Oh, wow, he just gave up. That's not good. Especially as surrounded as he is, that's a very good way of ending up dead. Not good that she's tying him down in melee, but that's going to keep him the safest, and honestly, I value his life over hers. I'll do what I can to whip around and try and save her, but, well, she's a rookie, and I want to keep my veteran. Ow. Firm your back up. Embarrassing what you're doing right now, my dude. But yeah, that's what that's what a low resolve score does. It also doesn't help that, no, he should have an okay resolve. It's not great, but it shouldn't be so trash like Deserter. And she's gone. Now you firm your back. Though the Bannerman had that well in hand. The man has made a critical mistake. He chose to fight. He chose to die. She was here for a bit, and then she died. That is actually decent armor. Good that survived. It means our duelist, or our fencer-to-be, gets a nicer sword at this point. You load up on heavier armor, which means you can actually start assuming your duties on the front. You still need a lot more weapon skill, though. Monsters have come to this town. For a 2-dot, that's dangerous, but should be okay. And yes, our second boar spear. This will go to Phillips. Boar spears are very nice. They look more mercenary right now. Wait till we get them chain layer. Or rather, a chain layer you can actually see. Alright, to camp. I need to salvage some things. And we're on our feet. Walder suffers a fractured hand, you idiot. Actually, I should look at retinue to see what I can get. Scavenger's cart. Yeah. While mundane, the act of taking everything not nailed down after a battle can save a lot of money later on down the road. Comes with pillars to open death grips. What I want is pre-filled contracts. Actually, I should have probably waited on that. Oh well. Alright, who's the monster of the week? Oh boy, it's Webnex. And what is this way that you have come to learn how to destroy the spider menace? And there we go. We're ready for the fight. Yeah, that would definitely do it. Webnecks have a very distinctive problem of they're very squishy. Nice. That's not going to end out very well for him. Especially since he's surrounded. Yeah, sometimes it really is just good to be, you know, right front and center. Get him, murder doggo! A little poison soothes the soul. Doggo may not actually make it. Holy shit. Took a monster of a hit there. That was a solid hit, though. Spooters being a bunch of shifty fuckers. They're starting to fall back, which means we're done here. That exists. It's called the Beast Tamer mod. And it's more than just Spooters, it's any monster animal in the game. They also level up and gain perks, too, so they turn into super deadly things. It's over, puppy. Don't get yourself killed. Cyprian is unfortunately just dead. There's no walking that one back. Poison in his veins turned his blood to mush. The spiders litter the field like they would the corner of an attic. In death, they look like giant gloves stiffly clasped together. You have the men wrench the legs apart to harvest evidence of the bestial remains. Silo, you level up. And we will give you Polar Mastery. Badass Badman levels up. Inspiring Presence. Standing next to the company's banner inspires your men to go beyond their limits. Any member of your company who's adjacent to an enemy or is adjacent to an ally who's adjacent to an enemy gains 3 action points as long as they start their turn adjacent to you. Polar Mastery for our Deserter. Oh, he actually has had muscularity this entire time. Holy shit. Health Resolve, honestly, health. He'll get more mileage out of that. Nothri! Give him balance for medium armor. Welcome back to the front, Knife Tail. You enter Harkin, the Burgermeister's office, carrying the dead spider on your back. The man screams and his chair squalls as it flings back across the floor. He jumps to his feet and draws a butter knife off his desk. You throw the dead webneck from your shoulder and it clatters onto its back. The townsman slowly comes forward. He sheaths the butter knife into a loaf of bread and shakes his head. By the old gods, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Nodding, you tell the man it would require more than a big boot to squash these beasts. He nods back. Of course, sellsword, of course. Your payment is right there in the corner. And please, take that ungodly thing with you when you leave. An ungodly thing, he calls it. What a hoot. Thinking to set tongues wagging with the name of the comrades in arms and thereby increase your prospects with the nobility, you pushed your men to great deeds, outstanding bravery, and plentiful bloodshed. After several contracts and more than a few skirmishes, you worked hard and long enough to have some of the lords take notice of the company's competence. These are gentle folk who ruled the land by virtue of some long-dead ancestor subjugating a group of unarmed peasants, as Mangold puts it. Now these pampered inbred fops are well impressed enough with you to grind the company in one of their feuds. If you wash your face and ask politely, they should favor you with a profitable contract now and again. You can congratulate yourself. Undead, win arena fights, or become glorious. All these ambitions suck. What is the quality of your men here? Well, here's a Fist of the North Star. 3 melee skill, 2 health, 1 defense. You might be worth something. You have no unarmed skill for some reason. Yeah, you have innate 25% extra unarmed damage, but apparently I play with PTR. You did not roll unarmed skill. The perk he has is due to background and is strength in numbers, aka we're a mob. Yeah, I'm not playing vanilla, my dude. Nor am I playing Legends Raw. I'm playing with Perks Talents rework. Also, no muscularity fucking sucks. I'll go check out PTR for a minute, see if that is a bug or not. Da, 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 da. I don't have Predator at hand. At least I don't think so. Hold on. Hey, Toothless. I'll quickly go get Predator for a moment, see if it is a bug or if he just flat out didn't roll it. From what I'm looking on the trees, though, it does not have a pre-bias towards it. But again, I'll give it a look just in case, because sending over a bug report would be good. Once I remember what the hell my password is for this. I just legit think I didn't spawn with it, though. I mean, that actually sometimes happens. I've seen Blacksmith spawn without hammer perks, so... So I'm not seeing anything in the reference guide that specifically singles out... Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here that specifically leans towards unarmed skill. Butcher, Blacksmith, Apothecary, Sergeant, Scout. I see Militia skill. I don't see Brawler. Well, well, there you go, unfortunately. I'm still gonna use this Brawler. He's a good Brawler. Yeah, so I'm gonna assume then that this is working as intended. Yeah, 3-dot melee, 2-dot health, even though he doesn't have muscularity, which kind of sucks, he is still perfectly serviceable. Well, again, it could be PTR took out the unarmed, but I've seen blacksmiths without hammer mastery and weird perks on weird loadouts for perks on people who should have them but don't. So I'm going to assume that that can happen, but they're heavily biased towards it. Also, welcome, Zach. Hey, patrol quest. I need to go conduct murder. I also need some tools, holy crap. Oh yeah, spears in PTR are awesome. And those are very affordable tools. Quite affordable ammunition. My food stocks will last me only but a day more, so a little overpriced, but it is some insurance. Ah, there's a full brigand group right there, with some raiders in the mix. That is a pike. I want that. They're convinced they have range superiority, so they're falling back. Oh, damn, they actually charged. I'll encourage the rest of them to charge. Which has its ups and its downs. Wooden hammer is interesting. I would probably say that with the build that you've got, it's better to stick with a one-handed axe. But yeah, two-handed weapons are always deadly. It's just a matter of getting them into the line fast enough. Oh yeah, that's right. Polar Mastery, he can actually move up and tap people now. Instead of moving one and then only tapping, you know, maybe on occasion. Life becomes so much more magical when you have Polar Mastery. Why, you've never seen a wooden sledgehammer before? I'm a bit reticent to move up because that's high ground with a guy with a spear. Damn, dude, you suck. Unlike that, that was a beautiful shot. There goes his head. Why, thank you for hopping down and making my life a whole lot easier. That's because metal sledgehammers are standard for a reason. They're good. Bonk. That keeps him out of action. If I can pulp him in the head hard enough, I also get his armor, too. He's using javelins. Interrupt that. They're having what we're calling a bad time. Yes, we do indeed have a small little corner of the world. It is a calm place on occasion. Again, bit reticent to walk up on the guy who's got the high ground, because that will just murk somebody. And he's brained! We're getting that armor, boys. Not getting the giant wooden sledge is fine. Look, everything was so much simpler back in the day. Did we get the pike? We absolutely got the pike. Fuck yeah. We can now immediately upgrade Silo's armor. No, not his armor, his weapon. Who else uses a medium around here? You do. I'll take some range defense. And yes, this is the horse fiddler. He's actually done pretty good work. Deadly Precision, Knife Tail hits level 4. Fat, Weapon Skill, Weapon Defense. Yeah, I should see if I can't get an Axe perk in here. Heft. You'll get there. Phillips with level 6. Think that's 2 for 1? Yeah. Health, Weapon Skill, Weapon Defense. Ah, there's an outpost over there. Be a damn shame to get rid of a spawner, but on the other hand, that would fill up my patrol contract nicely. Oh god, most of my food's about to go. Considering his defense is only 17, probably long flail rather than arc flail. Up in a melee, he's gonna get destroyed. Oh, most definitely. All I just have to do is ask if they want to be a good neighbor and share. Oh yes, Mr. Zack. Would you care to have a name in this army? Flail is currently dealing with something else. Also, Phillips got him, so eh. Okay, we should have this guy dead to rights. Yeah, our quote-unquote sword master is fine. Bit of an odd answer. I don't remember the Vologe's moveset up the top of my head, but honestly, I don't see, again, why that wouldn't work. I don't think you can No, wait, I think you can disarm monsters because it technically stops them from using a hand action, which on certain monsters can save your fucking life, and cleavers are just, you know, good. Well, the reason they break so fast is they're a bunch of bloodthirsty rabble who are primarily motivated by easy gain and coin. When fortunes turn against them, why would they stay around? Oh yeah, no, swords or cleavers are the way to go. The Brawler reaches level 2. And gets a pretty expected brawlery kind of level. The question is, what do I want? Probably make him an Axeman because he can easily level the damage there. Though he also could build swords nicely as well, so it's a question of what the hell do I want? For now, I will go with giving him bonus initiative because he's going to need it. I'm debating whether or not I want to claim this. Not particularly great, but he's got a fencing archetype. Alright, let's get back to town. Oh! Oh, fuck! That lineup's not bad, except for the leader. That leader can solo the party. Do not lose heart. The man may have drip, but we have a mob. Yeah, because you're still a rookie. I think there's one up north. Yes, I'm being annoyingly cautious. Because whoever he decides to decide to whoop ass on, they're fucking dead. Privyet. Okay. His cleaver, because scimitars are cleavers for the purpose of this game, is very good. It will kill somebody if it hits. Oh god. Ow, headshot. I want to get the guy who has taunt to go in first. Hey, 11% hit. We like those. %13 hits. He should dive in at this point. He's going for a shield bash. This is the point where we murder him and make it fast. The longer he's in melee with us, the more likely he's going to make someone disappear. Well, we only got his cleaver, but Belly got the kill. That was about as well of a collapse as we needed that to be. I also got incredibly lucky with the fact that I got to choose the fight. And even then, it still took the entire team jumping on him to open up the vulnerability. You know, you're done for the day. Hey there, Jay. How's it going? A while ago, I was working on making a Fire Emblem TTRPG because I was in a writing mood and was inspired to try and do so. And that never went anywhere because life kicked up. Oof. Yep, that sounds like a Tarkov moment to me. You can do both if you know what you're doing, but it's definitely a lot harder and you should have more than one writer on a thing. I should have moved up. He's going to get away. Yep, he's gone at this point. No way we can close that distance quickly. Well, we got very lucky there. And now, oh, we actually got his headpiece. Hmm. 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 Main Gold has reached level 7. Don't hold it like that, you buffoon, like this! When using a shield, the one-handed spear gain 5 skill and 10 defense. When double gripping spears, the range of thrust is increased to 2 tiles. When used at this range, it does 33 reduced damage, has no bonus chance to hit, and a negative 20% chance to hit per character between you and the target. Double grip one-handed spears now gain the benefit of reach. When using two-handed spears, melee damage is increased by 25%. Long story short, we're doing it for the melee skill and defense. Oh, that is a endgame scimitar. If we can get someone to, if someone uses cleavers in the future, that's the weapon they're gonna use. All right, that's pay. How much is loot? The loot sells very good here, honestly. Most blings are comparable to each other, honestly. Oh, that's salvage. All right, weapons. What do we got for weapons? That's a really nice two-hander. Scimitars are fine for the moment. Honestly, the one thing I wanted to get was a better polearm, and we already have that. Trying to figure out which one's the long-range one. Okay, it'll say range 2. You're at capacity. You're balanced, and honestly, you really need a gear upgrade. What are the prices here for chain? Pretty fucking expensive, honestly. Yeesh. Plus, I need to save some money for food. This may not be the best place to get armor. I could probably get it somewhere else cheaper. But the nobility doesn't like me, so they're gonna jack up prices pretty bad. Yeah, food's a bit more expensive than I'd like. Groomark, no. I need to figure out a direction that can get me to an armor that isn't attached to a noble house. It's probably going to be somewhere up north. There's a Fletcher in that direction. No independence. There's a weaponsmith who's independent up north. It's looking like we gotta pay the piper somewhere. However, we can start acquiring goods and minor effects from across the land. Just because the noble towns want to, drain us of every penny and tell us to fuck off does not mean that's the same everywhere. Magician's robes. Actually, very lightweight for what it is. Honestly, I'll take that. That's not a bad base. Yeah, it's 65 for 8, or... Yeah, I should really consider constructing something with that. Eight, 2... Yes. Or at least with PTR, because the most decrepit backgrounds have a chance of having Popper. Popper, or the Popper perk line, allows you to, you take a gamble, it's a 50-50 shot. If the gamble succeeds, Plus 15 to all attributes, new perk groups, and you refund all perk points, including the ones spent on the perk. Otherwise, you get nothing. So the bad backgrounds, quote unquote, such as refugee, cripple, beggar, those get a lot better. There are unique backgrounds now. I saw crippled soldier, which they come with a permanent injury, but are essentially a extremely good military background that's available to the peasants. Otherwise, it's looking pretty much the same. Even then, if this guy doesn't turn out, he's doing well enough that I don't mind keeping him around afterwards. It just sucked to not have promise potential fire off. Anyone else a potential? Or have promise potential? Yeah, Essek also does too. Does beggar. You can feel it chug! Right, though, brain. Okay, the ever challenge of light armor. Getting as much protection as you can without, compromising over 15 fat. Northrendi can take that and armor up a bit. Well, don't you know, underwater basket weaving is one of the most intensive activities you can undertake. Do not underestimate how deadly underwater basket weaving can be. That's weight 5, weight 8, weight 11. And yeah, that's some major savings on the weight. We are starting to reach the point of the game where we can purchase drip. Anyway, what's the jobs? 2 days west of Orel. Or head to Wolfhaven. We have yet to acquire more drip, though. The hell? Leech Peddler. Leech Peddlers are questionable mindsets at the best of times, but their unusual remedies often help those who cannot afford a real healer. I could have him as a jobber, but I don't trust that background. I don't know, and I'm not gonna try it. Big boy! Too bad he sucks. Double-tongued, ailing. There's a whole lot not good with him. And the contract is go kill some fools. Childish giggling wakes you up from a nap. You rise to see that some food is gone, and the only evidence as to where it's departed is a field of still-moving grass. Thinking fast, you take up a sword and follow its trail. Unfortunately, it isn't long before you are lost in the midst of enormous stalks of grain that pedal up against your face with every rush of wind. The giggling doesn't stop, however. You hear the pitter-patter of footsteps cross you, then in front. A voice speaks, sounding like a child deep in a well. Chase us! Over here! Chase us! Chase us! Chase us! Chase us now! You suddenly feel no urge to retrieve the grain. You slowly put your sword back in its sheath and run back out of the field. As you stare into the tall grass, it begins to part, slowly, like a piece of leather being torn at the seams. You hear horrible cries as each stem cracks in half. Philip startles you when he asks what it is you're doing. You turn to look at him, then turn back to the field, which sways gently to a breeze. Instead of answering, you tell him just to get ready, and you'll be marching again very soon. Thankfully, the mercenary does not inquire about the missing food. Yep, that is definitely elk fuckery. Though usually they attack you through nightmares. F. Yup. I'll just wait the rest of my turn. It's a 1 and a 2. Ooh, nearly caved his stomach open. Take it easy, Belly. Thanks for stopping by. The only reason that rabble isn't dead is because I missed my swing. My shooters, however, are on point today. Belly just runs on in, ripping and tearing, giggling like a maniac all the way through. Just beat him within an inch of his life. It's fine. Honestly, we could probably handle Unholds with the kind of setup we've got. We have a lot of polearms, which are very good against Unhold. And we have the body count to actually make it so that when someone gets injured, it's not crippling. Now I'm just styling on these guys. Holy shit. But why? Greenskins are dumb and bad. And they don't even brush their teeth. While their levels up, and we grab the goodies. So, what do you get for your level today, buddy boy? Right, maces. You were going maces. Again, greenskin. Why would you even? That's actually a higher tier group of brigands. I think I'm willing to dare. They got porcupine. You rat bastard. Unfortunately, witch hunters kind of rock when it comes with that crossbow they've got there. Give them a small pocket of breach and they'll take it. Which allows me to rip open his face. Good night, badass. Sleep well, my dude. Oh, they have two witch hunters. Shit. They're not fighting at optimal capacity because they had to use quite a few APs to get into position, so this is still ideal. That's not ideal, though, that he went faster, though. Murk that woodcutter as quickly as possible. Yeah, a non-archer trying to counter-snipe. That ain't gonna work. Okay, they don't have a monk. Ow. Oh! Essek also just got headshot. Fuck. Well, ripping spaghetti. Those fucking crossbowmen. Shit. Nah, you're a little... no. Gotta get in there or bad things happen. Havelock is dead. Yeesh. Dice are not going in my favor right now. And it's over. Oh shit, Havelock is alive. He just busted his nose. Meanwhile, Esekosa is very much dead. Say your piece or be dead. North 1D, however, does level up. Get him Skirmisher. God, he's so fucked up. It actually puts him over the point where, he needs a little help to carry his gear nowadays. Oof. Normally I am not sufficiently bribable, but I'll take it. I am willing to play ball if you are willing to do so. Meanwhile, you get melee skill, honestly some resolve, and health. And you still need to choose a weapon. Honestly, with how you do, yeah. Oh, I'll probably go Axis with them. He's got the health, he's got the melee skill. I could go two-handed melee axe, and that would ruin shit. I just kind of wish he had the hardy line. And thank you very kindly. Now get the fuck back here so we can settle the damn score. That definitely teaches me that you need a nicer hat, though. Oh, actually, I did not notice that. Well, thank you very kindly there, and I do hope you continue to enjoy your stay. Thunk. But yeah, no, as I'm learning with Witch Hunters, the only good thing they have going for them, like, they're not bad in a melee, but compared to someone who can fight them, like, if you can fight in melee, you can outfight a Witch Hunter. You can't outshoot a Witch Hunter. Very important lesson to take away from all that. We want to stay one step away from him. Wow, I hit on a 9. That's fucking amazing. Jesus Christ, that cross-mapping hurts, man. That's not good. I think the Brawler's gonna go down at this rate. Well, he walked into melee, which is exactly what we wanted him to do. The Blacksmith is down. Belly is nearly gone. Holy shit. Oh god, he's got a crushed windpipe. You know what? He extracts now. Belly gets to walk away. That is a minor miracle to itself. Leg's fucked up, but he ain't dead yet. They're all tied down in melee at this point. They're trying to bail out. That's a minor dead. Alright, harrowing, but no casualties. Those witch hunters have the nice stuff, though, so we want to chase them down if we can. And the enemy is wiped out in force. So he's pretty fucked up in the moment, but otherwise he's gonna be okay. He retreats to the rear. Meanwhile, Mr. Superpowered Belly retreats to the rear because he's fucked up. Go with Heft. Nothri will take Skirmisher. I really need to get some throwing weapons in here. I should have some by this point. I have one. Thank you for the money. Start picking up some throwing weapons. Oh, good. There's a green skin problem going on here. Insecure. Not great. Oh, man at arms. Uh, yeah, war bows are unfortunately pretty pricey. Actually, can I taxidermy anything? I can get secure needles and poison. I mean, might as well. Never know when you're going to need a good hand at that. Alright, this is something that we can end the day on. 4-dot bandit contract. The people of Dustermark are rightfully furious. You know, a brigand, possibly in league with other vagabonds, managed to steal my demonic statuette from us. The artifact is of immeasurable value to me, and to the people, of course. You shrug. And you want me to get it back for you? The man points a finger. Precisely, smart sellsword. That is precisely what I want you to do. Follow the footprints of thievery and return to me the item of which I, the town, rightfully owns. That's literally my entire paycheck. Great explorers become men of legend. Going into the wildlands is a dangerous business, but the tales we'll tell afterward will surely increase our renown. This will heal in 1 to 2 days. Gonna need to scrap some items. Probably check out the other job. Oh, more jobs fired off. No, thank you. They all suck. Super Pal Belly was injured in battle, and you figure it'd be best to see how they're doing. Surprisingly, they're doing quite well. Wounds have healed in such a quick fashion you almost want to believe some dark arts must have been consulted when no one was looking. There are no signs of black magics around, just one sturdy and hard-to-kill mercenary of flesh and blood. Well, okay. This is gonna get spicy real quick. Now let us hope we're ready for this. Nothing else, it'll be a damn good fight. Okay, the battle group consists of some leaders, and that's the only addition? The leaders are dangerous, yeah, but if that's it, we have a realistic shot of getting through this. Let's get them. I forget what Cole does. I know that's an axe trait. Hits to the head, instantly kill target, 40% below HP. Got it, so don't get hit. That is another heavy armor trooper coming my way. He needs to be dealt with from the flank. One good snipe for S.A. Kosa, right in the head, and then, ooh, that's... Lots of things are happening. So ripped open his armor good. Didn't see him right there, that could have been a mistake. Thankfully, I got to bullshit that. Alright, he's officially in the line, which means Knife Tail can hold them down. Okay. Get 1 leader down at a time, because that fucking... Oh, he's just gonna stick to... Okay, that works. But yeah, Mr. Walter the Spider can definitely punch through our armor. He's not as murder-intensive because he's using a hammer, but even then, he's still a leader and thus should be very much respected for what he can do. Head hit. That's a stun. He's out for the round. He's gone. That's 1 leader down. And that's really dangerous right there. I need to fix that situation as quickly as I can. Because Manigold may be screwed otherwise. He went hard defensive. He's too fatigued. Well, time to beat a man within an inch of his life. Thank you. Yeah, fuck those two, honestly. I don't have a dagger build on hand. So whatever we get is... Oh. Oops. Shit. He's broken. It's over. I saw that he had a unique shield because it was blacked out, but it didn't survive the fight from what it looked like, so that kind of sucks. But that Great Axe is about as good as it gets for an axe user. Not bad at all. Now, the shield is completely black. Oh wait, no. Did it have a pattern on it? I don't remember it having a pattern, but then again, that was kind of the heat of the moment, and extreme focus did not get frickin' murked. Trauma Survivor. Ese cosa, you level up. Isn't there reloading practice? Yeah, it's down there. Iron sights for extra headshot chance. Freedom of movement. You know what? There will probably be better lads down the road, but... Yep, 50-50. He has flail group, so I can also get small target to make it 60, and then something else to maybe increase the odds. I join you on the field, brothers. And here's the money. Archie the Guildmaster grins as you enter. Sell sword, will you sell me word of your success? You take out the artifact and place it on his table. Sure. The man jolts forward in his chair and takes the item away. He turns back to you, calming himself, returning his composure. Good, you did good. Very good. Crowns as promised. And now we are just absolutely bankrolling. Yeah, I didn't think you were that good of a militia. He's not bad, but he's not great. We actually can get him some AP bolts, I believe. Those are broadhead arrows, armor-piercing bolts. I'm not sure if I need them or not. Crossbows already do a very good amount of AP damage. Alright. That was a fight. I am good for the day. I'm hanging up the hat. Any last-minute calls for names? Will I go and look for someone to go and bother? Oh, yeah, shit. He didn't do his roll. Didn't roll the best, admittedly, but it'll have to do. Alrighty, I've got my lad in mind. He's trying to speedrun Monolith, so you know, that'll be interesting. Either case, thanks for coming on down. Sorry I've been missing Fridays as of late. I've just been fucking exhausted beyond all reasonable capacity. In September, I'll be doing some makeup days to make up for it, because we'll have officially finished our crunch where I'm working, and I'll have free time again. Or at least the usual amounts of free time. In either case, thanks for coming on down. Hope everyone had a good evening, or continues to have a good evening. And bye when the raid thing is loaded and good to go. Alright. Boy!